After Hurricane Beryl, I bought a hurricane damaged catamaran, and this video shows you the full repair of it. So that container, because the hurricane winds, smashed into the hulls, creating a hole in the bulkhead, and it actually created a few more holes, and then the wind blew it on top, breaking the baby stay, and eventually it leaned on the forestay. And then the major damage here is that the keel broke, and the keel, I mean, that was a bit right, but it was like that, and it pushed up in the hull. So we had to make some big holes in the boat, and in the end of the video we go from this to this, and from this to this. Everything that you see in this video was done in a little under 5 weeks. It is time to start the keel repair. There's quite a bit of damage under here, and that leads all the way to the front. Alright guys, I'll introduce to you Rolf. We'll be working together in the next weeks to get the boat back in the water. Water maker needs to go out, laundry machine needs to go out, because we need a cut under the boat. Gonna take a photo before dismantling. It's gonna be beautiful again, guys. First, has to be messy. Okay, let's do this. Impossible to sleep here now, that's for sure. Okay, it's out. Yeah. So you can see more of the damage. You can see that this all needs to be repaired. That's what we're gonna do.
I'm gonna take this one out, because we're gonna reach under it. But the sides look good. It's just the area where it's reinforced with the keel.
Yeah, it's just a little part. Always stay positive.
Always.
Before dismantling, again, taking a photo of how it is. There's water gonna come out. Yeah. One more thing. Out. So now we can see the damage even better.
Yeah.
Let's drill a hole through the boat, and then we can also see where the damage actually ends. So it's going to be interesting to see how difficult it actually is to drill a hole all the way through. So for reference, here was the water maker, and then here in front of the transducer where the damage ends, like here, gonna drill the hole. And let's just do it here. Oh, that still took like 4 seconds. Let's go outside to check where it is.
We have a hole in the boat.
Where is it?
So it's here, so that's good.
Oh, okay.
Because here is the bulkhead. That's why this one is here, and that's why here is no damage. The damage is before the bulkhead. So inside we still have 1 feet or 20-30 centimeter to reinforce, and on the outside we can go even further before we have to move a block. But here's a structural bulkhead, so that's good. So we go and reinforce it until that when this is not broken here under, also on the inside not. So the hole is here, so we have access to everything. We don't have to go in front.
Cool.
Good.
Great.
Good news.
Some good news.
Can I not have a private moment here?
Next we're gonna drill a hole where it seems like in the front, where it ends.
Okay, look outside. So we are not in some stand or...
I'm stronger than you. It only took me 3 seconds to drill a hole. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Where is it? Huh? Did it go
Ik keek
in
er wel
here?
nog heen.
Yeah?
Yeah. We got him.
Found that.
Yeah.
Here,
It's not totally in the middle.
next to the keel.
Oh,
Huh.
so that's not good. Because net voor het schot. So inside we have to cut more open than I want.
So then we're going to take a measurement tool just to see on the bottom how much more forward we would have to go to get to the end of the rib.
It's 1 meter
1 meter.
on the outside, visible damage. At least. So now we go look where we come 1 meter inside. Zit me hier, Huub.
1 meter.
1 meter.
Where will you end up?
That's already here, exactly
Oh wow.
under
That's
the hole.
like all the way to the toilet. It's thicker, we're not getting through, so we need to use a different tool. That's a shame because an oscillating multi-tool makes a really little dust. So that's why it's a great tool to use.
What we have to replace. Okay, so what they did when they build a boat, there's the low, on the other side is the lowest part for the water. This is how they make in the factory. Look, there's all stuff inside. And then they fill it with PU foam to make a floor, and this whole floor, because of the crash, it's loose. So it looks very broken, but actually it broke loose from by force, of course. But it's this is not a structural part. This is more like aesthetic, that you have a steady floor where the water can come. We're gonna make it original again, but it's not like, I'm not surprised. But look how thin it is.
Yeah.
So this is not a bulkhead or whatever. This is more like aesthetic to make a nice floor here. And this is, look, this is the whole floor. It's banged up, but it's like a plate, what we have to, a plate with foam inside, and the foam they put to make a floor. So we're gonna do the same, but not with this foam.
Look, that's an outside light over there.
Dit is
Put a screwdriver in from the top and it sticks out. Here.
so the foam they pour in until here.
Okay, so now gonna take the whole floor out. The nice thing about a catamaran is that you can work in one hull and then sleep in the other. Like when I was working on Limonada 1 on the monohull, I was also sleeping in this, which is
Not good.
which is less than ideal, like which is like really, really bad, basically. People always ask what discs I use, so what disc are you using?
This is a special diamond disc, but not for tiles, but really a very rough one for polyester. It cuts like butter through polyester.
How much do they cost?
Around $200.
Okay.
So it's pretty expensive, but it's fantastic.
We kind of forgot to do the introduction, and I should maybe put it in somewhere. We can also put it in here. Rolf is a friend of mine and was a boat builder for 25 years in the Netherlands.
Yes. So this was my normal job. I built prototypes for boat, whole boats, repair for insurance companies. So we're gonna do it good, the right way. So you will see my face a lot.
And I know you guys like to see it the right way, and I want to do it the right way, because this, you know.
No, we're gonna do it good, and I'm gonna do it with epoxy, because here in this heat and moist I don't like to do it with polyester. It's not workable. So we're gonna do it with epoxy, because we're in the Caribbean, and we're gonna do it good, and I think I'm gonna make it stronger because it will be a repair, so it's better to make the repair a little bit stronger than an original laminate, to compensate that we cannot put big layers. And yeah, so in a couple of weeks we'll be ready.
Okay, let's cut the floor out.
Yeah.
So the floor is still tight, stuck to those stringers, that one over there, so those have to go out now. Let's take the floor out of the boat. Take it out.
Nou, die kan even naar buiten.
Oh no, there's a hole in the boat. A big one.
Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Kijk.
That's where the bilge pump is in. We're going to take it out, repair it, make it nice again. That's how it's supposed to be. Up until this point is really still investigating what really needs to be done. Here you also see that it disattached. This is the keel obviously. It disattached, but it didn't break anything on the
Here,
under
yes.
the boat. Yes.
Here, yes.
A little bit, yes. We measured the distance between the corner over here and that stringer, and then on the other side the same, and then of course at the back the same and compare that with both sides. And it's 2 centimeter has to go to the outside for the keel to be straight. So now we got a I don't know what the English name is, but we pull, sorry? Strap. A ratchet strap. We pulled it 2 centimeter out and now it's straight. So that's already at least good to know for the future. 2 centimeter is 0.7 of an inch for all the American viewers. What you gonna do? Make a hole from the outside?
I think it's time. I think it's time to make the hole. The big one.
I'm gonna explain different types of matting to you because Rolf just explained it to me. So this is roving, and roving, one mat goes in this direction and this direction. So basically it's for these forces and these forces.
90%, 90 degrees.
90 degrees, and then this is a biaxial, which is 45 degrees, which is for forces in that direction. So that's the most type matting used, this one and this one, and occasionally this one is used, which is called
unidirectional.
Unidirectional.
Unifier.
And that's just either one or the other. And that's, for an example, if you build dagger boards and you want the majority to go straight down for only a certain type strength in movement. So that's it. I hope that made sense. So simply said, you know, if it's straight, if it's in this direction, then it will be very strong like this, but not very strong like that. In order to get it strong like this, you want to have one in that direction on top of it. That's basically how it is, and this is roving. And then later I'll show
Here
why.
you see a good example of a piece what we pulled. So this, you see that the majority of the fibers are in this direction, but if you peel it back, you actually see 45 degrees on the other side.
Yeah.
So this means that this one was a combination of 90 degrees or 45. And then you go to the other layer, and that's maybe 45. You know, I cannot see it so good, but I think it's, you see it a little bit on the fibers, that they go 45.
Yeah.
Oh, it is child's play. Als je het snapt.
So later, when we actually do it, I'll show you what we use, and now you know a little bit how the directions work, and I know a bit how the directions work, and I can show you why we use what we're going to use on the keel. So a little bit of water on the keel, so we're going to drill a hole in the bottom to take it out.
Yeah. Dat komt zeker uit.
Welcome to the shower. Time to take this out. Oh. Do I hear some good news?
Yeah. I'm actually happy.
Why is that?
Because not so much damage. Actually. So this means that we don't have to cut out the whole floor
Of the toilet.
Yeah, so the keel is until here.
Right.
So we saw some damage on the outside, like 3 feet away from the end of the keel. So that's that area there. And I don't see delamination from the inside. So there is some structural delamination on the outside, but it's more concentrated here. So we have to cut away this floor. Maybe or maybe not, depending on the next days for grinding, how we can reach it. If we can reach it with the grinder, we can reach it with the mats without this. So I hope we don't have to cut this one, because I like this part. It's near the area where the stays are. So the less we touch here, the better. We're gonna make a template. So we're gonna put first the outside, so that we have some. So we're gonna grind it.
What is the material you're using?
Oh, this is laminate, but I put some tape on it that the epoxy will not stick on it. But then you have a little bit, you know, a surface to work against. So we're gonna grind it from here. We feather it, so we go to 0 here, and then we'll put laminate. Take this away later, then from the inside we put again the other laminate from the other side. and then it's original. Original.
With the multi-tool, I'm going to take more of the floor out there along the line. Quickly talking about delamination, like if you look at the color of the fiberglass, you see a color difference. Dark, this part, dark, and then here you see a light patch, and here you see a light patch. It's a little darker, so the light patch is delamination, and here, this is okay, this is dark, but this is all delamination, so yeah, that all has to be fixed. You think there's no damage here because you only see this, but look. You see the color difference, right? So yeah.
If you grind more, you will see that it falls apart. If I grind more now.
Yeah. So now when you grind deeper, you see it becomes one color again. And that's how it's supposed to be everywhere. So this all needs to go away and then needs to be fixed later. One really important thing is that when later striking epoxy, that the surface below whatever you use to strike epoxy with is equal. It wasn't, as you see it is now. You see, right? Between those two surfaces. So let me show you how we made it equal. Welcome back to the bedroom. Alright, let me climb in there and then show you. So we stuck these two pieces of wood under here with one longer piece of wood under it, and then we put tiny pieces of wood under this to create a structure, to make sure that that this is exactly the way we want it. It's gonna get very dusty, so I might just show you the beginning and the end, but I'm gonna take away all the gel coat and prepare this area and that area, so it's gonna be ready for new matting. Anyway, it's going really well. But Rolf is gonna go to a project that I need to film, so I'm gonna continue here later.
Hello. I need you.
Does your hat fit through? Almost.
My measure is when my head fits, the hole is big enough.
Yeah, I look like
The snowman.
I like a snowman. What are you doing? It's tape.
Yeah, but we're gonna make a non-stick surface. So we're gonna stick this one in as a backing plate. So I have a little bit yeah, like a mold or a template to work against, and I put some wax on it, and the epoxy will not stick on it. So if we finish this one off, we have some modeling again, and then I take that one off, grind the back one, and then we do the inside, and then it's ready. This is I think it's not PVC, because PVC sticks on epoxy, but that's still polypropylene, cellophane-ish. It will not stick, believe me.
Okay. We're gonna cut some roving matting. There's some of these uneven parts in. We're gonna make them straight.
Try.
Try to make them straight.
Like that one, it's something that's hooking.
Oh yeah. Put it on the bottom. This one?
No, that
Oh,
one.
this one that goes a little on the side here. So
Yeah.
pull this one out.
Yeah, that one. Up, okay.
Nice. Nice.
That looks better. The strength of your patch, your repair patch, it's now in two directions. This one lateral, and this one vertical, or depending on. So I want that all these things are as straight as possible, or out of one piece.
37.
Then we do them until here, and then we overlap. So we're gonna put one right here. So we need one from 45, 42, 40.
So we're gonna pull one of these stringers out, and then we have a nice line to cut it. This one. Woohoo! Sure that you're gonna cut a straight line
On the fibers.
on the fibers.
Because you don't want to cut this one, this one, this one, this one to get straight. The best is if you have a cut like this.
One of the things I did wrong that I didn't know, and I think I should explain, because it's you know, if I learn something from it, you guys might too, is that, you know, I should have just bought a new plate. This is a used plate, and I put it together, but like, well, I'm taking the screw out, and there was a washer, and I'm putting it in deeper, because what happens now is when I'm working, I'm putting it forward,
And I'm crying.
you get some, yeah, like something like the opening here a little bit, and then we manually have to put it back into place, which is unnecessary work. If I would have made a better table, but I didn't know. Now I know, and I will never ever make again such a horrible table.
What a terrible table.
So, you know, spend a bit more money, make a good table, and it'll make the work a lot easier. So we're gonna roll these pieces up for use later, and made a little tape here because every time when you pull it up, you might pull these strings apart, and the tape helps keeping it all together while you roll it up, or while you you know, just take it in your hands and try to dry fit it. Ready to use. Okay, on to the next mat. So the other matting we're using is a combi mat. This is a biax. So
45.
45. And also it is sewn, so it's, you see it, sewn. So it's really nice to cut, and it's thicker obviously.
And has a fiber on the back for easy easy laying, and it also keeps the mat nice and tidy instead of the roving what falls apart.
Both of the matting together you get.
So this is the keel. Just a little explanation. This is the keel. So you have forces like this, and you have forces like this, and you have forces like this, twisting. So what we're gonna do, matting for the forces like this. We do the matting like this, and this is in one mat, this is the roving. On top of that, for these forces, and from the forces from here till here, we're gonna put the 45 matting, and that one we put over that one. So we have this one and that one for the length, and for that one we put that one over it, but from here till here must be also in 45 degrees. So we have that, and you see already here that it is a lot of strings in all directions, so we can, yeah, we can handle all the forces on the keel.
It's all in order. So for example, this one says 330 times 830, and that will go over there. One thing that I'm learning, and it's still not very easy to see with my less professional eye, is that not every light spot is delamination. Like for example, if you look here, you see this is nice and dark, and here it looks lighter, so you might think it's delaminated, but it is actually not. Like here there's foam behind it, and here light is coming in from the back, and there's no foam behind it, and we cut a bit of foam away, so also because of that it looks lighter. So that's still a learning process. It's time to shape the keel. I'm going to put these things in here, and Rolf's gonna say outside on which areas he wants it to go, a little bit in that direction or a little bit in that direction. We used a long piece of wood and foam pieces in the middle to get the shape right for the keel before starting to lay the matting. We're changing piece by piece on the inside until this is exactly the shape we want it to be. This is very, very important because it's always underwater, so it needs to be done really right. Because you know, if you get air in the epoxy, then water can come in. So this is very important to do it right.
Why you clean it now?
I clean it because we're gonna put matting on it. It's time to start closing the keel. First layer is a mix with
Silica to make a nice fillet.
Yeah, we're rolling it in epoxy, just normal epoxy without filler. It's wet now, and now we're rolling it up. And the next one. Let's take it out. Woo.
Yes, we have a keel. We have the shape of the keel now. So with a few simple tools, it's not sticking on the epoxy. So it's very easy to take it out. And it's already like a good base, and we're gonna grind it here. That we go from here, all the way down. Cut a little bit out here from the foam that we overlap the new and the old in.
Good. Before continuing laying the next matting, first gonna grind over here.
Okay, so let's measure.
Okay. How much is that? 229.2, and on the other side, measuring it from this corner over here. On the other side, we measured 2m29.1, which is a 1 millimeter difference, which is pretty good, I would say. 1 millimeter is 0.04 inch. Rough it up with 60. We still have to do the other side too, but first I want to have this side fully ready with all the matting before starting on the other side. Gonna mix a liter of epoxy. A liter is a quart with
200 milliliter of hardener.
With hardener. first one side of the biaxial matting, then the other side.
We make it good wet.
And then roving on top of it. And we're adding a third layer of roving. In one of the previous videos we talked about the types of forces that come on the keel, and we decided that this final layer should exist out of one biaxial, which is 45 degrees matting, and two roving, which is 90 degrees matting. Because this is such a big hole, we really want this to be in one piece of fiberglass. So these are 3 mats on top of each other, and it's gonna cover the whole hole.
The whole hole.
The whole hole. Every time when something gets dirty, like the air roller, we use a bit of vinegar to clean it, keep things clean. We're thinking about putting a part of the epoxy in the fridge overnight, just to have a little bit more time before it dries, because it dries so incredibly fast. Even though it is a slow hardener, it dries so incredibly fast here in the Caribbean. here is to keep one in the corner so you don't pull it out. Keep it in the corner and then roll the other one down. And then I roll out the air, but I'm not pulling down the mat. Let's continue with the keel. In case you wonder, this is a P36 stretch. Gonna roughen it up now with 16 for fairing. But you don't want to do it too much because then you might break the mat again. So. Before really fully finishing any repair, we first make a good start on all of the big damages so that we already right now are sure that there are no major surprises for which we might have to order specific material, for an example. So now we continue on the outside of the boat on the other big holes. There's a whole bunch of holes in the side of this boat, so it's time to cut them open. And this all happened by the aluminum container that is smashed into the side of the hull of a hurricane barrel.
Next one.
The big one! Let's do this!
The big one.
The big one! So basically what you're seeing now is we'll keep grinding the hole bigger and bigger up until the point where the delamination stops. And if balsa wood is wet, it just has to go out. It will not really dry from itself. Like here, this is still stuck. It's the sandwich is still hard, so that's the end of the damage. And for an example, here on the back, it's like here you can see it's still loose. So where the two plates are still stuck to the core, that's what can stay. You call this a sandwich, where you have two plates of fiberglass and then the core material in the middle. So if only one side is delaminated, you can also only take that side off, and then if the core is still dry, put new fiberglass on that side. But here, this area basically exploded and the fiberglass is loose on both sides.
By cutting the hole, we find out that actually here is a nice bulkhead, because the chain plate is there, so they make here one and they make here one. So that's good. So the container just hit it in the middle of the two. So this is still solid and this is still solid. Okay, has some damage here. Maybe this is water intrusion, or I don't care. But it took a hit. So sometimes you see a small crack, but does not always mean that it's broken totally. So normally the crack is in the corner. So we're gonna take the gel coat off and then we will see if it's really broken. But this has to be renewed. So we're gonna grind it down, put new foam core in. No, I don't like balsa, but foam core cannot go wet. It's a closed cell structure. So we have it. We're gonna glue it in. We're gonna grind this all down, put matting on, then matting on the inside and ready.
That's hole number 2. Let's do
3.
delamination, massive hole number 3. So you guys remember from the sanding, I used beer crates to stand on, be a bit more stable. Let's keep grinding. Further to see where the delamination stops. So this is closed cell PVC core. The name is Definicell. There's 3 different strengths. You have H45, H60, H80. And basically the H80 is less flexible than the H45. So for this price I wanted to have either H60 or H80. It was really difficult to get here. Island Waterworld, the big marine store in the main islands, sometimes has H80. But it was like a month and a half order time. So a friendly cruiser brought this for me from Martinique, where they did have it in stock. So that's what we're gonna put in. There's also no possibility for this core for water to come in or stay in, unlike the current core that's in the boat. Basically, this is an upgrade from balsa. There's a structural material. I wish the whole boat was done with this, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna redo the whole boat with this. That would take a couple years extra. As you can see, I'll show you, this is a piece of the balsa core material, and it is exactly the same thickness, 19 or 20 millimeter. Second difference with H80 versus H45 is that H80, if you press here, is just a lot denser. So if you're gonna put a layer of matting here and here, this will be a lot stronger than with H45 Definicell plate.
No problem.
Oh, hello. The hole has to be bigger. So here you can see,
Just to check.
this is still stuck. So at least here is where the damage ends for this region.
But here it's wet.
But here it's still wet.
You stick the finger in the dike.
So here it needs to continue.
Yeah.
It's still wet.
But that's old damage. That's not. It's not from now.
That's old damage?
Yeah. I see it. There was something here, like a repair. Old repair or something. This is not the from now, because it's too brown as a color. This cannot happen in a week or a month. This is rot. It's from long time wet. So I think there was something that was not totally okay here.
This whole leak is behind here. So all this old brown color that you see, the water leak, all comes because of a repair of this handrail of the toilet. I mean, this is the toilet. It's a storage now, the toilet room, but that's where the leak comes from. Now we're grinding a frame for the new core to be glued on with epoxy. So this is a note to self. A minor leak in the handrail can lead to serious core damage.
Exactly.
So you can see the difference between not a bulkhead. See how thin this is?
Here's the bulkhead.
And then you see here the bulkhead.
So normally there's a reinforcement 20 centimeters wider than the bulkhead. So we're going to reinforce it from the outside and we're going to reinforce from the inside. But this is already perfect.
See how thick this is compared to the rest. I hope I don't over explain it to you guys. I'm trying to explain it in a way that I understand it myself. We're taping a piece of plastic on. Normally you do that with clear plastic. We just don't have it here, so we use what we got. So don't judge us on the type of plastic we use. And then we can write down the shape that we need and then cut out on the divin itself. Now we're going to put it in epoxy so that when it goes to rain, it will be watertight. We're using West System epoxy, the resin and the hardener, and it's 5:1. It's really important you get that right, because otherwise it looks hard, but it really isn't. It isn't how it's supposed to be, so that's really important. First mix is going to be 125 gram, and we're gonna do that with 25 grams of hardener. Needs to be absolutely exact. And the paste is ready.
Peanut butter.
Like peanut butter.
So later we're gonna grind on the inside and put another matting. But this is now only to glue it in. Because maybe it's broken on the inside also, but we start from the outside, then we have a body on the outside, we grind it on the inside, and then you have the sandwich construction again. So let's see if it fits, because it has to come out totally. It has to go deeper than the laminate. Because the thickness of the laminate must come extra. So we go deeper. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna grind the inside from this one also.
with a bunch of cuts, so there's more
because it's not flat. You see?
And you have this material too, where it's like in blocks, and then it's more bendable, but it was just not available.
Not available.
So it's made blocks with a Stanley knife in it. Now it's more, because it's a big surface and obviously it's a bit bent, it needs to be in a bent shape. At 3 spots, here, here, and here we added a screw just because it was sticking out a little bit, just for the night, to make 100% sure it stays as deep inside as we want until the epoxy dries. We're cutting matting for the big patch,
It's the big one.
the outside of the hull. We're going to start this repair with 2 layers of biaxial matting and 1 layer of roving, which is this type of matting. Before starting to work with epoxy, we first cut all the matting to size. Here I put a piece of plastic to the side of the boat just to cut the right shape out that we need in matting. Rolf calls himself the fashion king.
Ta-da! Matching colors, it's all about matching colors.
So now it's being brought back to 0, that's how they call it.
You see how deep it is?
Let me try to show you.
3-4 millimeter. So if we do this one here first, it will be the same. So what we're gonna do, we do first and then later we do a big one. But first this.
We're gonna put the first mat in, and we're using the mohair rollers for that. Mohair rollers.
Short hair.
Short hair rollers.
Yeah.
So the reason we're using the short hair one is the long hair ones, they, I think splashing is the correct word. When they roll, like more will go out, and also more epoxy will stay on them. So we're using the short hair ones. We're first gonna make a small mix of epoxy to see how much time we have. So we're gonna do 125 grams of epoxy with 25 grams of hardener, because it's 1 to 5 this epoxy. You need to get that right, so let's do it. On 25 grams. And 25 grams. Perfect. Woohoo.
I already put some fairing inside, some glue. Make it a little bit wet. It sticks nice. Nice and wet. This one has a few minutes to soak. You will see also it's already impregnated, not everywhere, but let's tell. Now it's nice and sticky, and it's easier to put it on. We have 7 minutes only in the sun.
We're calculating how much time we have before the slow hardener dries. So we have, in this weather in the Caribbean, we have 7 minutes after making it before we have to be finished with it. The big hole!
We start, yeah!
Take the first patch on the big hole.
I explain, I put a little bit in the foam because otherwise the foam takes a lot of resin, and if the laminate it's too dry, you don't have a good cohesion. And with this one, and later you have the perfect sticking surface, because this goes in the small surface from the foam, okay? And then the matting it's coming, and you push it in. You don't have dry. This is much stronger than only resin.
Six minutes and counting. Action. So what are we gonna do now?
We're gonna grind this a little bit deeper. So this is already with 3 layers, like 1800 grams. We're gonna make it a little bit deeper, and then we're gonna grind it more out and put more layers on.
Let's do this!
Woo! Grinding, it's not only grinding, we have to go as deep as possible. So what we're gonna do is we check the boat, and you will see that I grind it like 3 millimeter to 0. I don't know if you can film this good, but you see it, eh?
I think you can see it.
So that's the idea.
What does 0 mean?
Yeah, we call it feathering. So here it's 3 millimeter. We want to have it here the thickest, because this is the repair. But you cannot have it here too thick, because then it sticks out. So you go from 0 to -3. And let's tell that every layer it's 0.3 of a centimeter. So some 1 millimeter. Let's tell it like this. We need 4 layers for 4 millimeters. And I do the same like this. Oh, I bend it in the shape of the boat. And then you will see that it's from 0 -4.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
Here again, you have to see it like this.
Still on the other side with the sun.
Here is a little bit high. And from the inside we're gonna put the hole from here till here. Also from the inside. Stronger than ever.
We're gonna try to do as much as possible after repair with matting, because everything that you don't do with matting you have to fill up with epoxy, and just only epoxy is just not very strong. Last one! Let's do this! Let's get her back in the water! Oh yeah, electricity. I'm taking the delamination out now. Delamination is when the fiberglass mat doesn't stick anymore to the core material, and then it just isn't strong anymore, the construction. So what likely has happened here is that the container smashed against this side of the hull, and then a strip of fiberglass popped loose from the core material. So I'm taking that out now. Here I'm taking away any residue that is still on the core material. The core material of this boat is balsa. I would have preferred to have a closed cell like PVC or like the Vinicel, but it is what it is. And what I'm doing here is I'm taking the edges away, like the old matting. There's still an edge around it, and before putting on the new matting, you want the whole surface to be smooth, like Rolf explained earlier. So here I'm bringing the existing fiberglass matting of the boat to the same level or deepness, however you want to call it, of the core material, at least up until 3 centimeter or approximately an inch above, below, and right and left of the core material. wanted to film this one from the beginning, but we were working there and he ran on this side. And it was like, wow, we're already working on the outside now. It's hard to keep up sometimes.
Oh, you tell that I work too hard? Hartstikke mooi, klaar.
Before continuing, we're gonna clean everything nicely again and then cut the new matting for the outside of the boat. And then continue clean.
Everything is sticky.
Everything is sticky. Then we hang up a piece of plastic to draw the shape of fiberglass matting that we want. I'm cutting 2 layers of biaxial fiberglass matting, which is 45 degrees, and 1 layer of roving, which is 90 degrees. So we had the epoxy for a couple hours in the fridge. That will hopefully give a little bit more time when we put it on the outside of the boat in the sun. It's already afternoon, so it's not as hot as it was, but it goes so fast. While Rolf is doing that, rolling it in, I'm gonna make a tiny mix of silica. Before putting on the matting with a mix of normal epoxy and hardener, there are still a few gaps to be filled, like you see on the top, in between the color difference of the dark middle piece and the lighter fiberglass around it. We fill that up with thickened epoxy, with epoxy hardener and silica, and then we continue with normal mix of epoxy and hardener to put the matting on. These are 3 mats on top of each other, just like we did with the keel repair. So we use a PVC sheet where we roll both sides of mat number 1, or the first mat, in epoxy. Then the second mat, we roll the second mat, both sides in epoxy, stick the second mat on top of the first mat, and then roll the second mat into the first mat. And then do the same with the third mat. Roll the third mat, both sides in epoxy, put the third mat on the first and second mat, and roll the third mat into the first 2 mats. And then roll all of that together and now we're putting it on the boat. Action.
Action. So you already feel that it's a nice solid repair. So we have the fibers from up till down, from left till right, and from 45 degrees. So we can handle all forces. If this is ready, we're gonna concentrate on the inside of the boat. This was only the outside.
It's not even a big hole. Probably the biggest hole I've ever seen in a boat. Next one. Again, just like we did before, first with thickened epoxy, so epoxy hardener and silica powder, a mix of a substance of the thickness of peanut butter. We fill up any uneven part there still is, or any tiny gap there might be. Then normal epoxy hardener on it, and then the matting. Last, I'm cleaning up the epoxy that dripped on the hull, because it's a whole lot easier to do it right now than tomorrow when it dried up and when I have to sand it off. Started off using a really big disc, now continuing with 40 grit sandpaper on the sander. The first thing we do is taking the edges off the fiberglass matting and making them nice and smooth again and equal to the level of the surrounding part of the boat, the white gel coat or the green anti-osmosis layer on the bottom, to get the shape of the boat back as much as possible just with the fiberglass matting. After laying matting at the surrounding edges, there's often still hair sticking out, mostly from the roving mat, and all of that needs to go away. Hung up a tarp because it's such a hot day today. It's always hot, but it's just there's no wind today. It makes it extra hot. The goal is not to create a surface that is sticking out from the hull of the boat, but is exactly in line with the original shape. The middle of the matting we roughen up. Rolf roughens it up here with a big 24 grit disc on a standard size variable speed grinder. If this is something you would like to do yourself, you might want to stick to a 6-inch variable speed sander like the sander we're using for sanding. Rolf worked 25 years in the boat building business and has enough experience to work very precise with a grinder, which makes the work go a lot faster. But if you don't have the experience to work extremely precise with a grinder like I don't, a sander would be a better choice. A bit less fast, but also less prone to grinding too deep, and then having to do parts over again. On a sander, I would suggest a 6-inch 36 grit sanding pad, one of those green ones. The first part of the edges I would comfortably do with a grinder, because when you just begin making the surface smooth, there's still about 3 mm of mat around the edges. On the repairs I will do on the inside of the boat, I will start with a grinder to get the main edge grinded down, and then do the last part with a sander with the P36 grit discs we have. I'm going to try to film from the top.
You see where is a small gap? If I do like this, you will see, and then I come closer. I push on both sides of the boat, then I go up and I check. Here's a little bit too much, maybe you can show it. You see everywhere is a nice gap, and there it's closing. And I want a small gap because we put some fairing on it. Here. That one is good. Here's a little bit. A little bit. I don't know if you can check it like this. You see it? So if I do like this, you see that here it's closing and here it's closing. So a little bit off.
So we did more matting than
original.
Normal. Because, you want to explain that? Oh no, the fairing.
Yeah, I want as less fairing as possible. It's better to do it with the FiberGlass, the matting. Then a lot of, you know, fairing, it's nothing more than epoxy with some glass bubbles, what makes volume. But it has no adhesive strength, cohesion inside. And this is all Okay, we cut some mud, but it has to be smooth and it's still a lot.
There's more work to do more matting and then grind it off nicely. It is more work than do less matting and just put more fairing over it.
It's higher quality.
But it's higher quality and end up with a stronger result.
And it's in epoxy.
Most people prefer to grind less because fairing is more fun and more easy. But yeah.
We do the shitty stuff.
We go for the strongest result.
I don't care.
After Rolf grinded the repair into its shape, the next step is to roughen the whole surface up with a sanding machine. The sanding machine will make nice equal grooves in the whole surface, and that ensures the best possible adhesion for the fairing compound. You guys who have seen my videos in the past know that I'm not talking from personal experience. I have been learning and I'm relaying in understandable language to me what I've learned myself. Then Rolf checks which parts still need to go deeper and I sand it deeper. Now we're gonna rough up the sides around this area with 80 grit. Looking good. Change the tarp because the sun is pretty hot. Next one. And then here on the front of the boat is a repetition of all what we just talked about. First with the grinder, taking the edges down. Then looking which areas still need to be grinded down deeper. Now we're going to do the same as we did before, roughing it up around it with 80 and with 40 this with the machine. Then Rolf looks which areas still need to be done more. I then clean the repairs with acetone, and this means we are ready for fairing. The fairing is a multi-step process. We're doing it in multiple layers, that's what I mean. And we're using low density fairing filler from West Systems, which are micro balloons. These are really, really nice micro balloons in the color reddish. Using West Systems epoxy and put it in a gallon jug, which was in the fridge overnight because it dries so fast there in the Caribbean heat. Okay, let's mix it. Gonna mix 500 grams of epoxy with 100 grams of hardener. We keep adding little bits of fairing compound until we get the structure of peanut butter. We put a stopwatch on, and we can see how much time we have before it has to be finished. How much time do you think we'll have? 10 minutes?
I hope. I'm very fast in fairing, but I'm not Olympic.
So we had 7 minutes previously when we put it on the matting outside, but then there we go, action. But now it was in the fridge, so hopefully we have a bit more. The challenge about what we're going to do today is that there's little room for errors. We're going to put fairing compound on the small and big patches, and after mixing it, there's really little time to put it on, because in the Caribbean sun it hardens really fast. You know, it's quite a scary process. I want to go around the world, but I'm still on a budget, so I buy a hurricane damaged boat. So now there's all these repairs to be done, which have to be strong enough to not worry about them when doing a 40-day crossing.
So remember, this is just glass bubbles, round glass bubbles with epoxy. So basically we put a layer of epoxy on it, but it's thickened. It's very strong. It's not crimping, or almost not, and it's water resistant.
Four minutes.
Under pressure.
We're gonna take a clean knife. We're gonna put it on the surface with even pressure, so it gets around the roundness of the boat. Then we want to try to make it nice. Here it comes. So we don't touch it now. This is only the first layer. We do a cross layer, so later we do it like this. If you zoom in, you will already see that the shape, it's nice in, because I bend the shape with stiff Yeah, what's this? A putty knife, fairing knife. I make it myself with aluminum, and you can bend it how you want. It will be very nice. The next one. So we put first a little bit in to get a good adhesion with the material under.
It's nice, it's a little cooler today than yesterday. Yesterday was so incredibly hot.
So we have 3 minutes extra.
Hopefully.
It would be nice because I don't want to throw away.
We were in the Netherlands, you have like 2 hours before it dries.
Man.
And here about
at least an hour.
7 to 10 minutes.
And this is slow hardener. In Holland I use fast. Otherwise it takes too long. So the same technique. I check it. So I check the roundness of the hull. I keep the pressure and I go up. And this is 80% of the shape you have. You can never have it in one time good. But my technique is I do a few times thin instead of a lot, so we don't have to sand so much. Next one. And that one is in the sun. So this one goes faster. So we have to step up the game. Again, we put pressure on the, spread our fingers, and then we slide down. You see now it's not good yet, so we do it again until we have a nice even layer. So up. Okay.
That's better?
That's better. And I still have time, it's not hard.
Looks like we just don't have enough to finish the whole thing, so the last part for now we're only going to do in the middle. Second layer of fairing. Let's do this. We're adding multiple thin layers of fairing compound. There are several ways of doing this. There's a certain amount of time in which you can add a new layer of epoxy without waiting for the previous layer to fully dry out and then have to sand it again before putting on the next layer. The second thin layer we do like this, and from then onwards we're letting it fully dry out and sand it before the next layer.
Just went to the budget marine, bought more paint. One more boat box spent, but ready to spray paint the outside of the boat. All grip is basically the best paint there is. And want to make it nice, so you want to work with the best.
Oyster white, that is what the color is going to be.
Today we're gonna sand the big patches, and Rolf has a custom sanding block. Homemade.
Lightweight, slightly bendable, with 40 grit on it, no 60, just for the rough to
Alright,
sand quickly.
let's do this.
Effectively.
This is the last preparation before the boat will be spray painted. So when filling it up with fairing filler, the result has to be absolutely perfect. The art is to sand the patch that has fairing filler in the shape of the boat. Fairing filler is pretty easy to sand. So I have to make sure that I keep the sanding block in the shape of the boat and absolutely do not press in the middle of the sanding paper block, creating more pressure on the fairing compound, because then I would again create a hole, or better said, an uneven spot. We keep feeling with our hands, making horizontal strokes if we still feel unequal parts, to know how to do the next layer of fairing compound. The sanding paper block has to keep following the rounding of the boat. Then on to sanding the big repair, which will of course be harder than the smaller one. First a couple horizontal strokes, keeping the sanding block in line with the hull of the boat, and very quickly it will reveal in color differences which parts still need to be sanded deeper. where the dark red color still is. When the whole surface is sanded smooth, all the dark red or brown color will be light red or light brown.
Woohoo! It's really hard on your shoulders, like really hard.
Let's create some muscles today.
This whole project is about learning, and I am learning a lot here. It's really hard work. Like, it's really like after 1 or 2 minutes doing this, obviously my muscles are not used to this, but I'm quite tired. So, yeah, it's great. Learning a lot here.
We then look again at the overall rounding to see which parts need more sanding right now and which parts we already know now need more fairing filler for the next layer. With a thicker sanding pad, we then sand together at the same time, having 4 hands on the pad.
Well, these two are ready for the next layer of
Fairing.
fairing, that's the name.
Again, here in front of the boat, we start the same. First, look where the high points are.
So now you can see where the high points are, which are the white stripes. That's where it takes it first.
Last big patch, we start sanding together again. We then alternate again because, well, it's really quite physical, demanding work.
There's a little bit of a dent. There's my finger. Yeah, well, in the middle of those two too. So we're gonna roughen it up, and we're gonna, when we do the next layer, we're also gonna put it in the middle there. number 3.
We then sanded it again with the big sanding blocks, which I didn't film because I was doing other things while Rolf sanded it. And now one more last thin layer to make it perfect. We're gonna do one last spot there in the middle to make it really perfect. And that's it for fairing, because the last bit that needs to be sanded we will do just before spray painting. Every time when we finished fairing, if we had leftover, we would put it on the inside of the keel of the boat. Adding fairing compound under the waterline just doesn't have to be as perfect as above the waterline, where we're going to spray paint it.
But now I'm going to sand it with 40 and then we are fully going to focus just on the keel.
After putting a new full layer of fairing compound on the inside of the keel, we're gonna let it dry and we're gonna now continue working on the other side of the keel. The big issue on the keel was on the inner side of the keel. However, there's also a crack in the outside of the keel. We are now continuing fixing that. We are working very hard first to get everything done on the outside of the boat, because that is where we have to deal with weather like rain. We've had pretty good weather until now, so we've been able to continue on the outside. Later, when the outside is mostly ready, we will continue fixing the boat on the inside. The main repair here is the crack that goes horizontal from left to right, where the keel attaches to the boat, and then there are two cracks that go vertical. So we take it down to the FiberGlass under the gel coat, just to see if there is delamination, how much delamination there is. The delamination, of course, needs to be taken away, and then we need to create a substantial surface under and below the cracks, or left and right, depending on which cracks we're talking about. We need to do that to create a good surface to put the new matting on. I'll explain more about that later.
On the other side of the keel, the major damage was delamination, but not on this side. There is some delamination, like here, which is already grinded away up until here. But the major damage is a crack, not delamination. So the basic rule, when the fiberglass is cracked, is that if you grind away 10 to 15 centimeter, 3 to 5 inch, below the crack and above the crack, and then you put 2 new layers of matting, that will make it back into original. It'll make it as strong as it was. So this is already done, and I'm gonna now grind away 3 to 5 inches on the bottom.
I then use a file sander to sand the corner back to the fiberglass. Then it is time to cut matting. On the other side of the keel, where the big structural repair was, we did it as much as possible from a big fiberglass mat that covered the whole structural repair. This side, that is less important because it is just a crack. So we're gonna cut smaller pieces and we're gonna overlay them as building blocks. I'll show you more in a bit.
time to put the matting on the outside of the keel.
Thank you. Put first some thickened epoxy just to get a nice filler in the areas where it's damaged, so that the matting is gripping better in the corner. See? Call that a fillet.
The reason we do this is because matting wants an equal surface to stick to. Like if we wouldn't fill this up, these corners, with thickened epoxy, epoxy hardener and silica, then when we put a mat on, there might be some air under it. So that's why we do this.
One of the reasons we first did the other side of the keel is that if you grind both sides first in preparation, then you know, keel might fall off. You don't want that. Then it's a lot harder to shape it, put it back and shape it in the right angle again. So first did the other side. And now here. Now matting here. Now it's a nice smooth layer here for the matting to go over. We're going to put 2 layers of roving and 2 layers of biax on here.
Total 1800 and 1600, 3400 gram. And then on the inside at least 3400 gram, maybe 4000, so that is 7500. That's around 7 millimeters of glass. And then some local reinforcements.
Then we're gonna make a mix of normal epoxy and hardener, and then we're gonna put all that and more on the keel.
So Huub, what you gonna do today?
We'll mix 250 and 50.
Great. I see a bright future for you, young man.
Yeah.
Huub's fiberglass repair.
Yeah.
Small and big jobs, I will do it all.
Alright, action!
Action! So, we begin with this one, because this is the one what we put on the hull. So you up, you put it in, you make it wet like this, up, turn it, doesn't matter. Up, you do again, 1, 2, spread it a little bit, second one, up, and then you roll it a little bit, and you wait. Then the second one. You begin with this one. Up, up. Oh yeah. And that one, up. So we make it first wet because it needs some time to soak in. Put it on, up. So now we have this and this one come later on top of each other, so we have 4 layers. But we do it in 2 stages because I want to overlap them. But you see, this one is totally soaked and ready to put on. So neem maar mee. I begin here.
We then make the surface wet with a mix of epoxy and hardener before putting the matting on.
Een aantal kleine stukjes. Ben ik ook gewend. We have to put first more, but the idea is that we're gonna overlap them a little bit, like this. We want an overlap from 5 till 10 centimeters. The next one I do a little bit here. So this was a test to see how much we need and how much time we have. Can I have the cloth? How much time we had, but you forget to time it, I think.
No?
Okay.
We have it's 4 minutes now.
4 minutes, okay. So we let this one to sit a little bit to see how much time I have. But this is the idea. So we go pop the whole.
So we overlap each part so that it will be like building blocks.
Yes, exactly.
Because you don't want to put them just next to each other, because then there's a weak point in between. That's why we overlap every time.
Ja. elkaar. Afmaken. Hier. Oh. Very good, very good. I never see somebody make so good this matting. Very good. Aan het eind, bij de kanten, zo ja. Oh, sorry.
Zo, beneden die kant op. Uitvegen, dat is hier vast. Zo doen. Dan rol ik een beetje die kant op. Hier naar beneden, naar boven. Dan zit hij, moet hij daar tegenaan.
Doe ik dat zo?
Dan pak ik een beetje kleintje erbij. Smeer het een beetje erbij.
Oh, 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 kijk.
Zo doe jij dat.
Oké. Nou, ik dacht dat het er professioneler uitzag.
Nee, het ziet er gewoon zo uit. En dan plakt hij dan hier, plakt er een beetje bij.
Ik zal het even twee kleine stukjes nog geven. Schrik je van.
I'm gonna clean these edges up here with a grinder, and also this epoxy with a sander. I should have taken it away with acetone right after we did this, but I didn't, so now I have to sand it away.
Every time after grinding a bit, which I'm doing here with a P24 grit disc, I feel with my hands if there's a nice smooth transition between the underlaying gel coat and the newly laid matting. It is not finished yet, but one step closer to completion and to getting back in the water, back into the sailing lifestyle. This week, the plan was to continue sanding the hull of the boat and to put more fairing compound where necessary. There is no damage from the hurricane above the waterline on this side of the hull, but there are a few uneven parts, which might have happened in the last 20 years of use of this boat, or maybe they've always been there. Before spray painting, we would like to also make these uneven parts as nice as we can. But then this happened.
Also, we're gonna sand the back here better. This is an extension where you see the white that's extended. Like the sugar scoops are extended, but
The finishing is not nice.
the finishing is not really nice. So we're gonna redo the finishing. have an unexpected in-between repair. The transom, which was extended, there was a tiny little gap on the wasn't fully closed on the edge, and water came in, so we got some rot over there, or at least a wet balsa core.
Kijk eens.
So what do you think happened here?
I think it's a homemade construction, and they put balsa in. That's not wrong, but the connection between this one and this one, it's like puff puff, and they didn't cover it. So with the sailing there's some movement, and you got a small crack. Water it's coming in, and it's rotten from
so in order to close it, you would put matting over it, and it seems like that wasn't done. So sadly we have to cut open more. I think I already know now, I never want a boat again that has balsa wood in it. But I guess that is the majority of boats built in the last 30 years. I hope this side is not the same, but I fear the worst. He thinks there's water inside. Da-da, da-da. Please no.
Please no, don't go.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's wet.
No, 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 no.
Learning a lot here, guys. You do a repair on a boat or an extension, and you don't use the right materials. A couple years later, you can just do it again.
Boat life. Yeah.
It smells incredibly bad. It smells like someone peed in it. I think maybe, is that what salt water does to balsa? I don't know. I'm going to take as much core out until the wetness stops. I'm getting more and more out.
while I continue getting the rotten core out of the sugar scoops, Rolf continues putting fairing compound on the port side of the hull. Actually, I help him in the beginning, but then I continue taking out more of the rotten core. This was what I was talking about earlier. This had nothing to do with the hurricane damage, but it are still unequal parts on the port hull of the boat, and we just want to do it as good as we can and have the spray paint job after that, having the boat really look like as new. So yeah, we also want to do these parts. I want to take a quick moment to thank all of you guys for watching, and a special thanks to all of the patrons. The upper tier patrons are on the wall of the boat. I'm gonna sand the hull with 180 grit today. Not the brown spots, which is fairing. That still needs to be done better. But I'm gonna do the white top side of the hull, because then we can put the primer on, and then after that sand it again and put the final new layer on. And I need to do this as soon as possible, because this is just very important to work with the weather. Like when it's a bit rainy during the day, you can grind or can put matting in the inside of the boat or under the boat, but on the outside with spray painting you need to just, you know, be ready for when you're sure it's going to be calm wind and nice sunny day, that you're ready to do it. This is, by the way, my bed sheet. I'm gonna take it away now. It got so itchy from the fiberglass. I was sanding inside the boat and I had the door closed and the hatch closed, but the fiberglass dust still find its way through it. It got a little bit too itchy, so I swapped it out for another one. So I'm gonna cut it in pieces and use it as rags. I'm trying to get as much structure in the videos as possible, but when I do things alone, I really try to do things project by project. Not always because that is most efficient, but just because that works best for making videos. But now we are together, so sometimes I quit what I'm doing, taking the core out from the sugar scoops, and it is more important that I do preparation work so that Rolf can continue on this part of the boat while I later continue doing what I was doing before. Relocator back to the front, because we have to decide where we're going to put the actual line, which would be under the aluminum bar or above it, or going above it. So I also have to sand that part. Let's do it. Meanwhile, I have taken all the rot out of the sugar scoops, and we're gonna push some new core material in, that in combination with silica. So if you do not know what the difference is between mixing epoxy and hardener with silica or with microballoons, I mean, those two combinations are the ones you use most. If you mix it with silica, what you basically get is a glue, and that's what you use to glue things together. So that's what we're using now.
Filling it out with this material. What is that?
PVC core.
And then you would mix epoxy and hardener with micro balloons basically as the last layer. It basically creates a layer that is easier to sand and easier to shape with a sanding block or with a sanding machine in the shape that you want to paint or spray paint it. But for this, right now, we use silica. Silica always has a white color, but micro balloons, you have them in white and in the reddish color, and we are only using the reddish color. So if you look at any of my repair videos, when the color is, when we put something in and it's reddish, then we're using micro balloons, which is fairing filler, the last layer to sand it. And if it's white, if we fill it up with something white, we are using silica glue. And the silica makes a very extremely strong bond. For everything we do with fairing filler, we've been using West Systems 407, which is in the color reddish or brownish. It's a really, really, really good fairing filler. It is also really expensive. Like West Systems also has a white fairing filler, the 410. The 407 that we use is just a little nicer, just a little bit easier to sand, but you end up paying for that. You'll notice that for every repair that we are doing on the boat, we're putting back PVC core, which is a closed cell structure and will basically not absorb any water. So we've been using Divinycell before this. However, Divinycell, the plate we had is too thick for what we're doing right now. So here we're just using other PVC core. Nice thing about this PVC core is that it's like little blocks and it's a little easier bendable than Divinycell, the Divinycell that we have, which is a straight plate. And then on the other side of the hull, we're going to do the same. Push it full with epoxy hardener and silica, then put the mix on the core material, then push it in, and then push more epoxy hardener and silica in. The good thing to know is that this is an extension that is made after the boat was built. So basically the boat already had a closed back of the boat, and this was put against it. So that also means that in worst case scenario, if this would go full with water, then it still would only be able to go like 3 feet forward and wouldn't actually be able to wet all the rest of the core of the boat.
in the meanwhile, another layer of fairing filler. So it's looking nice now, but still we have to put a mat here because just epoxy is not strong, and that's how it was done. This was a plate, and then on the bottom, and then there was a line of epoxy to hold it together. But in the long run that doesn't hold, because just like I said, just epoxy isn't strong. So we're gonna put a mat over it to bind the two together. I'm going to put 2 layers of matting on, little pieces of matting that, just like we did with the port side of the keel in the last video and what you saw in the beginning of the video, I'm going to overlap them like building blocks. So I've now done 2 next to each other. And the next one, I'm gonna first make wet on one side, and then as a building block is going in the middle of the two. So I'm gonna continue to the right. And then I'll show you a little part of the other side where I did exactly the same. Then we grind the edges off with a grinder with P24 grit until there is a smooth transition. And then we sand it by hand with a block, and then it's time to put fairing compound over it.
After this round of sanding, we added another layer of fairing compound. Let it dry, and here we're sanding that. You can see that the original shape is coming back beautifully. Okay, let's do the other side. When doing a repair like this, all of the things we're doing, the whole planning of this project, all evolve around drying time. Working with the weather and with drying or curing times of the epoxies and paints. We are now continuing putting the next layer of fairing compound on the keel before we continue sanding the hull above the waterline to get it ready for spray painting. Because, as you understand now, the fairing compound has a certain amount of drying time or curing time. So in order to continue soon again with that, we have to do this first. End of this batch of fairing compound, and the keel will have to wait a little because there's something else more important on the planning of drying and curing, taking in account the upcoming not so great weather planning. We then continue sanding the hull of the boat. First with 180 grit sandpaper, that's what we use before putting on the primer. And later we will sand the primer with 320 grit sandpaper.
pretty good, I think. I'm gonna sand on the other side, but first we're gonna tape the waterline. I am filming as much as I can of the project. Of course, you don't have to see everything double, but you know, I'm working on one side, Rob's working on the other side, and you've already seen him doing this. He's using a finer grit now. There was no hole here, but there was still a bit of a dent, and we're really trying our best before spray painting to make it as perfect as possible. So here and also at the back there was also an uneven part which we filled up. There was an old repair. So while Rob is continuing here, I'm gonna continue sand with the machine on the other side, so that in a couple of days we can spray the primer on. Like this, still okay, but here in the middle it seems to get wider and wider, and when this is really white from the dust, then instead of sanding it's like polishing, and then all the work is for nothing. So I use a brush or a towel to wipe it off, yeah, until I have to use a new one. It's a really strange and satisfying feeling after so much work when it's time for a finishing touch. Of course, repairing the inside of the boat is still awaiting us, but just already having this done feels so satisfying. Must feel satisfying to you too after watching it from the beginning. I cannot wait for the day of spray painting. So now what we're doing is we're creating a uniform layer on top of it, which will also fill scratches like you still see here. And then when the uniform layer is on, then we can sand the uniform layer to perfection, and then again put a full layer of primer on it and the top coat. It's crazy, right? How you go from this, where I stick my hat through, now we're ready to this. Little bit of paint makes a big difference. Roof sanding with P320 right now on the spots first where we did the repairs. We already did the rest with 180. What we didn't do yet is this, because I couldn't get there with the sanding machine. So I'm gonna do this right now by hand with 180. Let's do it.
And the next days looks like we have a dry window to do the work. These are quite nerve-wracking days because if rain falls during or short after spray painting, you're quite screwed. But also if rain falls after wrapping the boat in plastic in order not to get spray paint on any other parts of the boat, If it rains between spray painting the layers of primer and a day or two later the finishing paint, then that rain will stay incredibly long in that plastic and for a long time keep dripping down, making it impossible to continue painting.
Today we're going to prepare the boat for spray painting, which we should do tomorrow. So I want to walk one more time around the boat, see how it's now. It's always nice to see before and after.
Spray painting requires a lot more preparation work as rolling on paint, but the painting itself goes a lot faster. Spraying one layer of paint on one side of the hull will only take approximately 20 minutes. And spray painting leaves a smooth and shiny result. It is incredibly hard to get a similar result like spray painting when rolling it on. It was a wish of me to have the boat spray painted.
I've taped off all the windows. I'm going to continue on the other side and I'm going to tape off all the cleats and everything on top. Rolf is going to continue sanding here.
It was a gigantic pain in the butt and expensive to find a big enough generator and a decent compressor here on the island. A generator because electricity was still not available after the hurricane, and the generator we use for our power tools was by far not strong enough for the compressor. You need a pretty strong compressor to supply enough air to spray paint such a surface.
Putting a new waterline on after sanding over the waterline that we put there, because you break a little bit of the tape in the meanwhile in the process.
Taping everything off, putting up all the plastic, and also putting protection on the neighbor boats is really a lot of work, and we only have a few days that it looks like that is going to be dry day and night. So Rolf's wife is coming to help so we can hopefully get it all done on time. In an ideal world, you have the boat inside a building that is designed for spray painting with an extractor fan. In an ideal world, you don't have to deal with weather, and in an ideal world, you don't have to deal with thousands of mosquitoes, which are the worst since ever in Grenada this year. We are not living in an ideal world. We have to deal with all of this, and I think that we're doing a pretty amazing job. We decided to also spray paint the whole back of the boat, just because in the whole that's going to look a lot nicer.
It's painting day. I've been sanding the last bits this morning that I did not film.
The boat is
taped off. The neighbor is taped off. We're still busy doing the last bits, so I have to do a bit more of tape on top.
Yeah, exciting guys.
We only have 3 days, 3 nice days, and then it's gonna rain again, so gotta do it now. Rolf is mixing the paint. Mariana is making coffee. It's his wife. And I'm just gonna quickly walk up to show you how it's looking like upstairs. So taped off. That obviously we're going to change when we actually start painting. This side is going first. I think it's going to look beautiful. There, going to paint until there. Still have to walk through here. We start this side, this will come up too. I think I said it already, but we have 3 days of nice weather, so we really got to use them.
I then go over it one last time with a moist rag, and after that one last time with a new dry rag. And then we are ready to start spray painting. These days are definitely a couple days that go into my history of the boat repair process as one of the most stressful, just because so many things could have gone wrong. I did not record spraying the second layer of primer just because it looks so similar to the first. We're moving on to the other side, and then hopefully tomorrow when we continue spraying on the color, I will film the second layer on that.
And the next side is ready to be painted too. Mariana's doing the finishing touch. Let's walk to the other side. You're all happy?
Yeah, not bad.
That's a Dutch reaction. We don't are overly excited. It's not bad. Okay. Let's do that again. Yoo, it's great.
Great.
Round 2. it is all looking very good. Gonna sand with 320 and then in the final layers of paint. She's gonna be painted in oyster white. I decided to want to paint her in a beautiful standard color, because if you mix a color, it's not easy if you want to redo a spot later in the future to find that exact color again. So it's gonna use oyster white from All Grip. So the idea is that there are no shiny spots anymore. It's not easy to learn to see where you actually have to sand. So I sit down here and I use the sun. We're going to try to show it on camera. I have no idea if you can see it, but up until there is matte, up until here is shiny, and you have to look like a sand. Have to go down, look with the sunlight to see where it's still, which parts are still shiny, and then continue. Look. I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but here's still a little shiny, here and here. So we're gonna sand that again. That's pretty good. Still a little shiny here. I think that's pretty good. Let's move on to this part. Let's wipe and look. Still looks a bit shiny here and here. That looks pretty good. Let's move on. Let's take a look. Still looks shiny here, a little bit here. A little bit still here. These are exciting times because a lot of pre-work went in. I think you remember the hole here. Let's do a little recap of all the holes here. Yeah, looking good now. The inside still has to be done though. Yeah, a lot of pre-work went in, and then we have to be really lucky with the weather. From tomorrow already it's gonna rain the whole week, so we gotta get this done. It's nice, it's a nice day, but here in the Caribbean the mountains attract clouds and you never really know how it's gonna go. Color. I'm excited. fast blowing of air. We're gonna do 2 layers on each side, both layers on the same day. From an ideal perspective, you might prefer to do it on separate days, but from a weather perspective, this is what we have to work with. "22 minutes to paint from front to back." It's still a little too soft to do the second layer. The description says you have to wait minimum 30 minutes. So we're gonna wait another 8 minutes. Here in the Caribbean with this sun, everything goes a lot faster than standard though. So you gotta work with the reality. Yeah, we're gonna wait 8 more minutes, do the second layer. I'm not gonna film a lot of the second round because it's gonna be really hard to see the difference anyway. As I said before, Marianne is Rolf's wife, and they have done this several times before, and she's basically directing him if he missed a spot and everything. And then we're ready for the second round. I am very, very happy with the weather, with everything, and just how it looks like. It looks amazing, right? Is this it? Is this it? Are we ready?
We are ready. No more old boat.
Yeah. Only 1 hour of nice drying time, and the chance all the clouds are generally coming from there. The chance that any rain is coming out of those clouds is almost zero. Good morning. So the paint needs 3 days to settle. Wow. Look at how it already looks. That's amazing, isn't it? Let's take all the plastic off. Before I continue, I want to explain one thing in case anybody is going and wants to do something similar, is that the plastic we're using is called Scotch Blue, and you can just buy it. Well, we bought it in a marine store, and we only use blue tape from 3M. That's the only good tape to use outside, because all the other tape, when it gets wet, it either lets go or it leaves a residue. Let's continue.
So the outside, it's already fully glassed. Now the inside, you see here where I put the filler. So here's the connection between the old and the new. So we have to take out the foam, because the foam it's normally until here. So we have a PU foam, what we're gonna pour in. It's a closed cell, so it cannot be wet. It's all round bubbles, so the moist cannot inside. So it's original also like this. It's not a plate of foam like a house ice insulation, but it's like a 2-component foam. This is the other one. Here was only a long crack, but this is not damaged, and the side was not damaged, but also here we're gonna cover it extra. Outside is already ready. So that we're gonna do for today.
Partially, we're going to put a new foam, so it's making a square to make it easier to put the new foam in.
We're then cutting new core to size where the old core was delaminated. Also, we're cutting an angle in the left corner of the Divinycell core pieces and then sand it to a nice rounding so that the fiberglass mat that will go down into the keel and all the way up and over, covering this Divinycell core, will have a nice rounding to lay upon. Like I explained in earlier videos, the underground of where you're putting a fiberglass mat on needs to be a nice smooth surface, because if there are irregularities like little dents or holes in the surface, the mat will not be able to go in that little dent or hole, and then you get air under the mat. And the whole goal when laying matting is to avoid having air under the mat, because it will affect the overall strength of the lamination. Rolf wrote down which sizes of matting he wants where, and then when we know which matting we need for the whole area, we cut all of them in once. Also, the new blocks of the Divinycell core are ready to be glued in. It is time to glue in the new core on the places where it was delaminated with epoxy, hardener and silica. We're using that same mix to make a rounded edge at the bend or curve where there are still unequal spots, to create a bend that over its total length has a good even surface for the matting to stick on. It is time to start cutting matting. First roving, which is 90 degrees matting. On the mat, we write down the size we cut it in. We use a combination of 90 degrees roving and 45 degrees biaxial matting. In earlier videos of the keel repair in this playlist, we have done an extensive explanation why we use the combination of these two matting. But in short, using a combination of 45 and 90 degrees matting makes sure that the end result is able to handle the forces of the ocean, horizontal, vertical and diagonal. Rolf is very organized in his work, which I am not always, but then again, this used to be his actual job for 25 years, building and repairing boats. Then after cutting the roving matting, it is time to cut the biaxial matting.
So there's a map of all the matting.
Map.
How it's going to be.
Cryptographic.
Which part is this? The left side? Just a second.
Yeah, it's one. Part one.
Part 1 here is here. All the mattings are nicely here. And now Rolf is laying it out. Make sure the shape is good. We're going to start with 2 layers of roving and 2 layers of biaxial matting first. Biaxial, roving. That's one package.
Yeah. And then when we put it in, a second layer comes from 4 layers to cover the floor like original. And then we have 8 layers on the inside, 8 times 600, 4,800 in total. Gram the square meter.
Now we're going to mix normal epoxy and hardener for the matting.
Like always, we first make the surface wet with a mix of epoxy and hardener. Then it is time for the first mat to go on, which we then roll in the same mix. Later on, together with Rolf's wife, we will prepare wetting the mats outside of the boat and then bring them wet inside, which will make the process go a lot faster. Then we'll add the second mat, which is roving. We have to cut a little corner off, as when we cut it to size under the boat, we cut it as a square, but there's a through hole in the corner.
The roving matting is so hard to cut. There is a roving mat that is easy to cut. It's just not available on this island.
Then we'll add the third mat, which is also a roving mat. And then as fourth mat, we add another biaxial mat. After rolling the epoxy in with a mohair roller, we use an air roller or air bleed roller to roll the air out. I've tried to film the whole process of the repair as detailed as possible, but sometimes it wasn't easy because even though it's a big boat, it can still be a small space to be with 2 people in one spot. It's very important to really take the time to roll out all of the air, because that is what defines how strong the end result will be. At the same time, you shouldn't press too hard, because then you're pushing the epoxy out and actually are pushing air back in. I would say the amount of pressure of a medium massage to someone's back, not a painful one, but also not a tickling one. One thing I've been noticing how Rolf does it compared to repairs I've done in the past is that he really spends a lot of time with the air roller, rolling the epoxy even better into the mat and air out of the mat.
He's gonna put another piece on that, and as he says, back in the days when he still did professional work in building boats, he was known to always make it do a little bit extra than necessary, make a little bit more strong than necessary.
Then they never come back complaining. Het is niet veel meer moeite, maar het wordt wel sterker.
He says it's not a lot of effort to do one extra, but you are making it a lot stronger. It's enough epoxy resin left to put a little mat extra, and it's a waste to throw it away. Might as well put another mat on it. When they put the boat on stands, as they take them out of the water, they usually put the blocks or the stands just in front of the keel. So that is a good point to have very strong.
Then we add the next biaxial matting on the next spot, above where we did the core repair. And like we did before, 2 mats of roving over it and impregnate it with epoxy. And then we'll add the 4th layer, a biaxial mat. Because the biaxial mat is quite thick and it's hard to impregnate the whole mat just from adding epoxy on one side, we first put it on one side, then turn it around, stick it on and impregnate it from the other side. The other thing you might have noticed is that the biaxial mat has 2 different sides. The top side, which has the fibers on top, and the bottom, which is where you see the stitching pattern. The top side, where you see the fibers, is the side that sticks best to surfaces. So you'll notice in all the repairs that we do that this top side we always impregnate first and then turn around to stick to the below surface. We move on from being under the actual bed to the hallway or area in front of the bed. All the foam is out of the keel and now we need to sand that whole area before we can put a fiberglass mat against it. One of the most challenging things in this boat repair process I found grinding inside the boat. When grinding white gel coat, the whole boat turns dusty and you can barely see what you're doing. And besides that, like here, when you're using a grinder in such tight areas, you have to be so careful to not hurt yourself because it's a pretty powerful machine where things can go wrong quite fast. Here Rolf is grinding the edge where the original fiberglass meets the repair we've done from the outside.
So he's doing 2 things at the moment. Number 1, I already had in a weekend. I sanded most of it, but there where the foam is out, it still needed to be roughened up before matting will stick to it. And again here, those edges everywhere have to be round.
Yeah, because this is the new and the old part here.
So now both parts are sanded or grinded, however you want to call it, and they're roughened up.
A little bit silica here to make it a little bit smoother on a few places.
Why does it need to be as smooth as possible when you put it before you put a mat on it?
I don't want air inside. If you have a gap between that one because of the height difference and it's not a smooth transition, the cloth, the fiber cloth cannot make a sharp turn. So it will go over the edge and create a void. So if we do a little bit thickened epoxy, it will be fine. It will bond together as one.
Oh, that's so romantic.
Oh. Hartstikke mooi.
It's time to wetten this surface and make it ready to put new matting. Some things I'm explaining double because I know that there are some people out there watching this video who, like me, have the dream of buying a cheap hurricane damaged boat one day. So I'm trying to explain it as good as I can so that hopefully these videos help you in doing something like this yourself one day. I'm fast forwarding the laying of matting here because we do the exact same thing as we did before. First a biaxial mat that we wetted on the side where the fibers are, as that's the sticky side, then turn it around and stick it to below surface, then add more epoxy over it. Roll it in with the mohair roller and then roll it in more and at the same time roll the air out with the air roller. And then add a layer of roving mat, do the whole rolling epoxy in and air out process again. Then add another roving mat, do the epoxy rolling process again. Then add another biaxial mat where first we wetted the side where the fiber is on top. I did not film that here. Then turn it around, stick it on the roving and wet it and impregnate it from the other side. I think you get it by now, so I won't explain it another time. Then we wet the other side in epoxy. On the left side, or bottom side from the camera's point of view now, where we just put the 4 mats, there was only a crack after the keel had folded double, so we overlaid the new matting on the inside over where the crack once was. Then we put the first mat on the other side. Again here we want the fiber first to go against the repair. Here you can see pretty well where the repair was that we did from the outside. So we want from the inside the mat to cover the whole repair, going at least 3 to 5 inches under and over the repair. This was the best I could film it, as you see overlapping under and over it. Well, the top you can't really see. Same process as before, rolling it in with a mohair roller, then rolling the air out, then the same with the 2 roving mats, ending with another biaxial mat. I didn't film putting all 4 mats here, but by now you know how we did it. Then we continue cutting more matting for the next time when the matting is dry. We couldn't always continue doing everything at once, because when you're standing on one side, repairing the other side, then you have no place to stand anymore because you can't turn around, because then you would be standing in the wet epoxy of the repair you just did. So we wait till it's dry. We're going a couple hours back in time because I need to show you something else.
When I was grinding here, one broke, and this is made out of wood, and I'm gonna make one now out of the vinyl. I don't want to make one again out of wood because you know, every time I do something to the boat I want to make it a little better. This is the shape, and we're going to put on 2 layers of biaxial matting.
I'm going to make a new floor support. In this boat these floor supports are not structural. They were made out of wood. I am making a new one with PVC foam, the vinyl. Wood can suck up moist and PVC foam won't. Also, PVC foam with fiberglass matting on both sides is super lightweight. PVC foam is not strong out of itself, but after adding 2 layers of fiberglass on both sides, making it a sandwich construction, it will be extremely strong. I'm putting 2 layers of biaxial matting on both sides.
First going to put on a little bit of thickened epoxy and silica, just so that the resin will not, pure resin when I put a mat on, will not suck into the vinyl.
Let me show you one more time in close up which is the side that has the fiber and which is the other side.
So I'm gonna do one. First make this side wet, put it on, make it wet, and then do this one the opposite. First make this side wet, put it on.
I then continue with a normal mix of epoxy and hardener. Then I put on the second layer. It's just a small surface, so I don't use a mohair roller here, just a brush, and then an air roller to impregnate the epoxy even better and roll the air out.
Perfect. Now just wait till this side dries, turn it around to the other side. This has dried up nicely, time to do the other side.
Same thing here, adding a first layer of epoxy, hardener and silica over the vinyl.
And now I make a mix of normal epoxy and resin. There's a lot of mosquitoes here, and one came into the epoxy, so one mosquito will be forever in the boat. Again, this side will go first, because this is the sticky side. I will keep dancing for the mosquitoes. Ready?
Now we can stand on the dry matting. We can do the other side. We are back working under the bed here in the area where we started laying matting in the beginning. We roll a lot longer as what you see here, of course, because otherwise this video might become a bit boring to watch. But once you've done it a couple times, you'll see the color of the mat changing to a nice impregnated mat once you roll enough. The only challenge with this, I find, is that it does also matter what is below the mat, because if there is a mix of epoxy and silica under parts of the mat, which is white, it might look like that the mat there is not impregnated yet, but in reality it is. It just looks a little different because of the underlying color. So we were working here under the bed and now here in the hallway. Like we did before, again adding 4 layers of matting the same way. Then we lay 4 mats on the other side. We lay the fiberglass mats on both sides against the floor supports, and under the floor supports we overlap the matting that we're putting in now. Here we are back in the bedroom, under the bedroom actually, and by now the matting on the left side has dried, so we can stand on that and put matting on this side. Then we add the last 4 layers of matting to the one spot where we hadn't put matting under the bed yet. As you can see, like we do it everywhere else, this matting is overlapping the matting next to it. And Rolf has a bit of epoxy left over and adds one more tiny mat there in the middle. If you know Rolf, you know that he doesn't like to waste epoxy and also always wants to make it just a bit stronger than necessary.
And it's cutting time again.
The opening into the keel that you see on the right here, there used to be a mat on top of it. We had grinded that away before we fixed the outside of the keel. You can see that in the first few videos in this playlist. But we hadn't gone all the way to the bathroom area yet because that wasn't necessary for fixing the outside of the boat. This fiberglass mat that still lies on top of the last bit of the keel on the left side here still had some delamination. So we need to continue cutting until there is no delaminated fiberglass anymore. What I mean with that is grinding until there is no fiberglass anymore that's loose from the underground. The core. These areas would have been a lot easier to access by cutting out the floor here too, but besides that, then you also have to glue it back in later. The floor part under the stairs connects to the bulkhead where the main plate is, where the rigging is connected, so we prefer not to cut the floor out under the stairs. Here you can see the balsa core, which is part of the sandwich construction. On the other side of this balsa core is the outer laying of matting on the outside of the boat.
What are we doing?
Checking how thick the laminate is and what's broken. It's already repaired from the outside. We're going to check, but it's dry and this piece was separate, but here it was still tight. So you see, because of the impact, some pieces are not attached anymore. So we're going to glue in new this area.
This is the last part of the keel to check for delamination.
Yeah.
So, as you've seen here, very beautiful. The first layers of matting are on. And Next is going to be this part. And here we still have to check how far the delamination goes.
As we talked about many times in this and the previous videos, the hull of this boat is a sandwich construction, which is like the floor support plate I made earlier. A core, in this case balsa, then on both sides fiberglass matting. That construction we call a sandwich and makes it extremely strong, until that sandwich is not intact anymore because fiberglass on one side of the core is loose from the core, which we call delamination. And then the construction loses a part of its design strength and has to be brought back to a functional sandwich construction again, which is what we're doing here.
It's getting harder to get to the area where we need to be, and to be really certain, we decided anyway to go cut out the floor of the bathroom.
I'm sorry, Hugh. I'm so sorry. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. I'm sorry. It is too much a risk.
So the keel actually goes in a little bit of a shape. So it goes,
Yeah, it goes to the side. That's
like
the problem.
this. So and then if you look over here, like here it is, there's a gap, but this was never stuck. You see how it's dirty here?
It's not from the grinding. It's really how they made it. They make a separate floor over it. But it's better we take it out and make it totally new. So we cut it, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, so we're not even entirely sure if it's really necessary to actually do this, but let's do it anyway. We have 1.5 more weeks and we're splashing. The date is set, so this is gonna all be finished this week, and then next week splashing. It's ready. One thing I never knew is that those filters are the secondary filters. When I was given this air mask, they were not on it, and they're separate because the first filter box is actually for fumes, and the second filter is for dust. So I was excitingly
Exposed.
exposed to all the fiberglass that I've been sanding in the beginning. So if you're using this, do make sure you have the first filter box, and then
Okay.
take it off, and then this one on top of it. Okay, I'm gonna need to put it on now because the floor is going out.
Woohoo! Excited!
I'm so excited!
Doing this kind of work, grinding fiberglass in a small compartment in the Caribbean heat, is like going to a luxury spa, only then for free, because basically it's a free sauna, and on top of that, after being in fiberglass all day, the fiberglass gets into your skin and you get a free acupuncture treatment at night. People pay serious money for that. What do you want more in life? While Rolf grinds, I am the vacuumer. Yes, I know, you can make a lot of bad jokes about that. I'm starting to think that I inhaled a bit too much epoxy myself. Can you believe that in 1 week the boat will be ready to go into the water? I have my doubts at this moment. Please do not do like I do and do wear protective clothing. Although honestly, I'm really not sure how much a paint suit which is the T-Vex suits they sell for this work, are actually helping when you're in such a tight space and fiberglass dust. I just couldn't handle the heat in that area anymore. If I ever do a project like this again, I hope I have the money to rent an Airbnb instead of sleeping in the same area.
Now we've come to the solid point where everything is still stuck, so where it is not delaminated anymore. So this is the end of the damage. And here, this is actually the end that they put core. Here they stop with core, and this is just filler material. So that's not even strong, is it?
Yeah, it's strong.
It is?
If it's encapsulated, it's strong because it has a lot of compression strength, but it's more to fill and to make a nice bottom, because this they put later on, this piece. First they do this, blah 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 blah, and then they cover it with one big layer.
And so here it is stuck. You can see there's no, you can hear it if you can, but also here you can see it's not loose anymore. This is fully stuck. So this is the end of the damage.
Yahoo!
Woohoo!
Then, like you probably already know by now, we need to create a smooth underground layer for the new matting to stick to. So all the gel coat that is still on the surrounding layers of fiberglass, which are still in good shape, needs to be grinded or sanded off. Because fiberglass needs to stick to either core material or other fiberglass or epoxy, like thickened epoxy with silica, but everything else needs to be grinded away, like any gel coat that's still there. To create a nice surface to get the sandwich construction back, we will put in back the core which delaminated, and we will grind the area smooth, and where not possible, fill it up with thickened epoxy, hardener and silica. I then start cutting core that we're going to put in, and here grind a nice edge to it. I don't know if you've ever seen my boat skills a couple of years ago when I just started out boating, but let's just say I've quite improved lately.
So this side is all clean, and as you see, here's a nice edge. Here is new core in. This is going to be filled with thickened epoxy, hardener and silica. That's a part. New core. The side of the core with a grinder already made in an angle, so that the matting can lay over it.
Beautiful set, beautiful.
So it has to be in a nice, I don't know what the name is, angle.
Smooth transition.
Smooth transition, yeah.
Like this.
So everything here, basically what we did here by opening everything up is continuing until there was no delamination anymore, meaning until everything, like that whole part, is still stuck to the bottom. So everything that was delaminated, meaning loose from the plate under it, we grind it off, we took out. So that is where the damage ended. And now here we're basically creating a new sandwich again. Sandwich that all the layers are stuck to each other again. That is what makes the strength. Today we have extra help. Marianne,
Yeah.
wife of Rolf, she's making 4 layers on top of each other. And I'm walking back and forth to Rolf with 4 layers and the paste, the hardener and epoxy. Give it to Rolf, he'll put it on, and I'll come back down and do it next.
You.
Okay.
So Rolf says which number he wants next. Every stack of matting is numbered. Here you see Mariana wetting and impregnating all 4 layers and then rolling it up, and then I'm bringing it upstairs.
We're gonna do something really exciting. We're gonna put PU foam in the keel.
Yeah, it's a high density PU foam.
PU foam, this is what boat builders use.
We then mix the two components together.
Not the spray foam.
No.
You know why you shouldn't use the spray foam?
It's not closed cell. This is a closed cell. So this means the water cannot come inside. It's not perfect, but it was like this, so we make it like this again.
It takes 1 minute before it starts. So this is a quart. Actually, it's component A and B, so 2 times a quart, so that's 2 times a liter, so that's 2 liter or half a gallon. We're gonna need a bit more over here, a little bit more on this side, and then the front part. This foam supports the strength of the keel, so it's quite important that those tiny gaps are also filled, which we're doing now. Let me put the camera here.
While the PU foam is drying or curing, we continue doing the repair on the other side of the boat, on the inside of the boat, where the big hole once was.
I made a nice little plastic cubicle for me so the dust doesn't come in the living room. So all the white that you see there I have to bring back to zero. I'm going to show you a before and after because it's just going to be too dusty and you won't see anything on the camera. So let's do it. I think these are probably the most challenging parts of this process. Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna put you here for the beginning.
I'd actually done this grinding like way earlier, but I wanted to put it here because now we're going to put the matting and then you can like see the repair from beginning to end. But I actually was using the wrong filters on the mask now. It's supposed to have another filter on top of it.
I got pretty far yesterday. I got most of it away, but around the edges still have to do. That's a little harder all the way around. So drink my coffee. Let's continue. Right guys, let me take you to the danger zone. Well, grind it all the way the sides with the big tool, with the belt sander. I did the edges because you cannot get here with the grinder. So yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Roloff the Destroyer has arrived.
2 minutes I'm here.
2 minutes.
Yeah, you see there's no, he was never glassing. So the bulkhead comes until here. So from here till here is the actual bulkhead. And that one is not broken. This is actually still very good. Because if you have an impact here and this one is broken, and that's why this one is broken. But the bulkhead stops here, so they filled it up with some glue. And because of the impact, the glue cracked. So we're gonna open it to see. But it's a separate door frame. This is the door frame, nothing more. So we're gonna take all this out, what was broken.
So it probably just had the impact and it just
yeah, because here's a lot of glue, a lot of mass. It bam, and it separated, but it's not with glass. here was never glass. You see here the balsa core, the side of the balsa core, and then it's cut. So the actual bulkhead, the structural part, it's only from here till here. And this is glued in and, you know, finished it off. So we're gonna do the same, only here I want to check. But I think it's the same. I think the actual bulkhead is until here. And that's not cracked, that's like perfect.
I then grinded the edge around the core a little better with a grinder, and then it was time for filler.
Tiny bit of a gap. We put some epoxy hardener and silica so that there will be no air under it again, like we did with all the other things. And then big matting over it, which will be on the inside 2 roving and 2 biax.
This is it was the damage. And just checking what's this. So this is a bulkhead, but as you can see, it was not glassed. That's why you see now this is more from the impact that it broke loose. But it has, this one has no structural value, not. Okay. This is a door frame only, and it's glued in. You see, this is just a putty on the fiberglass.
Oh yeah,
so,
there's no matting here. It's
nothing.
Just
no.
body, like it's just a thick layer of glue basically.
Yeah, just to make a nice round here, that it's nice. And so I want this out like that.
Okay.
And then we're gonna put exactly the same in again, because there's no structural damage behind, because we already checked this one, the main bulkhead, and it's okay. And this one is repaired, so we're gonna glass this in, and we do extra matting on the sides. And this is nothing more than a door frame. Look.
Okay.
So look, the door frame was glued in.
I'm wearing mouth protection, not because it's necessary for this, but Rolf is grinding on the other side, under the plastic.
We're doing this repair with a mix of epoxy hardener and silica. It's totally fine to use a polyester resin paste for this. Would be cheaper too, but since we're doing everything else with epoxy, we're doing this with epoxy too. We're just using a flexible rubber, one that you can buy at any paint store, to shape it in. In previous videos we talked about why we do all repairs with epoxy and not with polyester resin. Besides that, epoxy is a lot stronger. In the Caribbean heat, it's a lot easier to work with epoxy than with polyester resin for drying and curing times. Then with the same mix, we filled up any irregularities that were still left on the big repair, and also we put a layer of thickened epoxy on the core. Then it is time to put matting on the big repair. Again, this is a pack of 2 roving and 2 biax that was wetted under the boat. The other repairs on the inside of the boat, more in front of the boat, we did the exact same as we did that big repair here. I did not film those because it was a bit small space there, but by now you know how the repair looked like. Then it's time to cut the top of the PU foam off. It has to be cut in shape or in line with the fiberglass left and right of it, because one big mat covering the whole floor will still come over it, just like it was original. We just use a normal wood saw for this. The hairs that were on the edges of the matting are grinded away, and then we grind it with 60 over the mat again, because now the final layer of matting is coming over. So let me show you. Sand it with 60, the hairs on the side are gone, the foam is in and cut off. Gonna cut big mats. I think it's one of the last days of cutting matting. This one, after the mat is in. And Rolf is measuring matting. So matting will attach to the foam. So last step is just again filling a little bit of the tiny gaps that are still there, that there's no empty space under it, and that the mat will fully cover and attach from left to right. We add a layer of epoxy, hardener and silica. But also again, because this is foam, and like we also did with every foam repair we've done, first a layer of thickened epoxy so that it wouldn't suck up any of the normal epoxy hardener mix from the matting. Now, PU foam is a closed cell, so what we're talking about here are really minimal amounts, but when working with epoxy and matting, to have the correct mix of epoxy and hardener and to have the right amount of epoxy in the mat staying in the mat while it dries is just really important for the eventual strength the repair will have after we put the matting over it. There we go again. After roughening the matting up with sandpaper, we are now first wetting the fiberglass on the floor before putting on the big overlapping floor matting. The thing I really like about plastic boats, I mean it's fiberglass but I just call it plastic, is that once you get a bit handy with the material, you can really fix everything yourself everywhere. Also these, like the other packs we made, are 4 layers of matting on top of each other, 2 biaxial on the outside and 2 roving on the inside. And then when putting them on the floor, this pack overlaps the one we just put in. In boat life, we tend to have the idea that if something breaks, we try to replace whatever broke with something stronger. That is often the general idea of doing things. However, actually many things on a boat, if they are designed well, are designed to break in a certain order. For an example, on a catamaran, the rigging should break before the wind is able to flip the catamaran over. When you do something wrong or when something unexpected happens, the weak point that breaks should make the situation not life or death. There's a reason why this keel broke the way it broke. The boat fell off its stance and the keel was designed thinner on the edge where the keel attached to the bottom of the hull. It was actually designed to break the way it broke. And the way it was designed is that if the boat gets an impact against the keel will break, but under this floor, so that even though the keel is broken, water will still not be able to enter the boat and thus you will not sink. Then we do the same thing in the hallway in front of the bed. Newer catamarans often have flip-off keels. If they get an impact, they will just break off the boat and make almost no damage to the hull of the boat. A pretty cool design. If the keel would have been insanely strong, then there would have been 2 options. Either the boat would have had no damage, or there would have been a rip or a break in the upper hull of the boat, and that could have sunk the boat if it happened underway while hitting something. What has been grinded out has to be put back together.
you.
We're making a construction so that both pieces stay on the same length.
We grind a straight edge around the floor frame so that it's easier with a grinder with P24 or P36 grit disc to grind that edge nicely back to the fiberglass. Because when putting the floor back in, that's where we'll put a mat. We're doing the same thing with the bathroom floor. We're using a diamond disc for this.
I'm going to prepare the floors to bring them back in. So I'm going to grind all the way along the line to 0.
I then continue preparing the floor of the bedroom to be put back. The floor has original non-skid on it so that you don't slip out. So I'm grinding an edge away all the way around the floor of about 1/2 inch or 1.5 centimeter. Then I turn around the floor and then clean up maybe about 1.5 inches or 5 centimeters all the way around it, taking off the gel coat. It doesn't have to be done as precise here because this is the underside of the floor. I then do the same thing with that shower floor and the shower water collection tray. Not sure what the exact name for that thing is. It is grinded out from the floor because originally we were planning to only cut that out and not the actual floor. But since we cut the whole floor out, now first that collection tray has to go back in and then the whole floor.
We're going to first put some epoxy hardener silica in it, just to have the shape right, and then tomorrow we'll turn it around. Put a bit of matting around it. Put 3 layers of matting on the back all around, and it's time to go back in.
Okay, so I'm gonna put some corners in that we have some support, and then we're gonna glue the floor in. That's a good thing.
What is that?
Four plates, just as temporary support until the epoxy hardener and silica glue dries.
Kick 'em.
And this will later be filled up, epoxy and hardener and silica. We
still had to grind a little hole in the floor because that is where our collection tray was. It is the lowest point of the boat and where water would go if water would come in the hull. And that is where a bilge pump was, which we'll still have to put back.
Mixed silica with the epoxy hardener.
Also here we're adding temporary mounts for the floor of the bedroom. Then lastly, we still have to glue that floor support in that I made. And also put a mat on both sides of it.
Floor is a bit brown because it used to have mats, brown mats on top, and the glue on the bottom sticked to the white of the floor. So I need to really clean that. Cleaning up a little bit. That's it. Well, it's not done yet, but the floor is in again.
Trick of the trade.
We spray some 3M high strength 90 adhesive spray on below surface to stick the mat to it. That makes it a lot easier to do this nicely. Before putting this matting here, we used a file sander to sand away the old gel coat a little further until we had the width of one of these roving mats. The roving mats that's on a roll that we're putting on now. And then we're epoxying it on with a normal mix of epoxy and hardener. Then we're adding another layer of matting all around. And we'll epoxy that in. And then a third layer doing the same. We we do the exact same thing in the bedroom. After drying, we then sand the area to put on fairing compound.
The edges of the two floors are now filled with epoxy, hardener and white micro balloons. Tomorrow sand it, it's drying now. And then paint it. And that's a mosquito in the screen.
After putting a layer of fairing compound on, we let it dry and sanded it again, and it's ready to be painted. Here under the bed there was no floor, only planks where the water maker was on, which we'll put back later. The primer we're using here is tough stuff, the same as I'll be putting as epoxy primer next week under the waterline of the boat, which is a nice thick primer which is easy to roll on. Then we also put the first layer of primer on the repair on the other side. And primer on the door frame. And then the second layer of primer under the bed. The second layer of primer in the hallway in front of the bed. And in the bathroom too. And of course also in the hallway under the stairs. And then a second layer on the big repair of the hull.
So my boat and most other boats have a textured surface on the inside, so now we put a new floor in. It is smooth, so we're gonna add texture again there.
Now we're gonna adding some silica. Silica?
This is normal silica.
and then a little bit difficult to see, I think, but if the textures, look at this.
We're still using Tough Stuff primer here, mixed with silica. We first put it on normally and then tap it on with a paintbrush to get the same texture as the rest of the boat has. And then we do the same thing on the repaired part of the floor in the bedroom and washroom. And then we painted the floor with all grip oyster white. If you wonder how we've gotten that brown stuff off the floor that was caused by a floor mat that used to be there, we used a wire wheel on a drill, one of those golden ones, not the silver one. The golden one is a lot less hard. The silver one will damage the non-skid of the floor. And then last, the bathroom floor, and then this repair is done. Of course, we also paint the repair on the other side.
This is grip tax from All Grip. Just going over it for the grip.
And that's it, guys, the repair is done. We also build a roof for the boat, but that's a separate video. I will add a link at the end of this video in case you want to see that one too.
The inside here is quite yellow. Over there. And I just did this side with muriatic acid. Looks a lot better, right? Muriatic acid over here. It's quite aggressive stuff. I've never worked with it before, so I'm using a gas mask and gloves. Put it on with a paintbrush, wait 5 to 10 minutes, and then take it off with water.
I'm using a garden hose to spray it off with water. This is a lot easier to just do with a normal water hose, but due to the hurricane, there was still no electricity and water available at the boats.
That's quite a difference. Good morning, guys. I want to make a note that in hindsight I was not wearing the clothing I should have worn. This is really nasty stuff, this acid, and you should really be protected from top to bottom so that there's no way it can get on your skin. I scraped the anti-fouling off with a paint scratcher and then with a sander, and here to the gel coat is super nice. And here at the anti-osmosis layer, at some spots, I came in with the edge of the knife and I made these scratches. So I can do two things. I can sand it down all the way to the gel coat, which I obviously don't want because it's an expensive anti-osmosis layer. I'd like to keep it. Or number two, I can fill it up with fairing filler. So that's what I'm going to do. And when I say fairing filler here under the waterline, I mean epoxy with hardener and red micro balloons. The other sides went better. I think this was the last part I did and I gotten a bit lazy with the knife. So I got quite a bit to fill up here. It is what it is.
The scratches are only going through the anti-osmosis layer and barely are touching the gel coat. And the next layer that I'm going to put over is an epoxy primer. Is this really necessary what I'm doing? Probably not, because anti-fouling is coming over and in the end you won't really see anything of it. But I'm just trying to do things as good as I can, and it is always best before putting a new layer of paint over it to have it 100% smooth. I let it dry and then it's time to sand everything off until the only thing that's left is the filled scratch. It's actually super easy to sand this off, like it's just a really thin layer. I think it only took like 5 or 10 minutes per side to sand it off. You are still seeing like white spots through the green, which is gel coat. I'm not trying to get all of that away because there I sanded through the anti-osmosis layer, but it's smooth. It's a smooth transition. So I'm only filling the actual scratches in order to have the best smooth surface for the next layer of primer.
So the bottom of the hull I'm sanding with 120 now. Could have done it with 80, but 80 or 120 makes nice grooves. Not too rough, but also not too fine, and that will be good for the epoxy primer that will come over.
I then continue sanding the keel again where we did a big repair, because there it still needs a few thin layers of fairing compounds. Rolf likes to do thin layers and then sand it instead of one thick layer and sand that.
But the rain is certainly not helping, so instead of starting on the outside of the keel, I start on the inside. It is what it is. It's got to be finished. So, inside of the keel's dry. I'll just have to stand in the wet Let's do this.
Next thing we have to do is to add a nice rounded edge to the corner, and trick of the trade, Rolf is using a sealant can to do this. The keel here is going to have one more layer of fairing filler, so I'm going to do another rough sand. It is the last week doing a lot of finishing touches. Rolf is going to put one last layer of...
He keeps me awake even on a Saturday.
Rolf is going to put the last layer of fairing on this side of the keel, the other side is done.
He's never satisfied. One more please, one more please.
That is Dutch humor. In reality, if there was somebody in this project who was never satisfied, it really was Rolf itself. Time to put the water line, and then it's ready for epoxy and bottom paint. That's gonna make such a big difference again.
We're gonna make a nice water line.
And Rolf has a very special way of making, is famous for making his water lines. Today it's going to be another milestone. I'm going to put the first hull in the primer. A lot of work led up to this moment. I'm pretty excited. I have already wiped the hull with acetone, and before that sanded the spots that still need to be sanded. I didn't film that. I'm using Tough Stuff, which is a 2-component epoxy primer. Very good for blister protection.
Ah, let's do this.
I was filming with two cameras and had accidentally had the settings of this camera on fish angle eye, which kind of deforms the image a little, makes the boat look a bit weird. Bit of a shame, but oh well, it is what it is.
I added another layer yesterday in the afternoon, 3 layers of primer. Now it's time for anti-fouling.
You might wonder, why am I doing the anti-fouling on this hull first and not just the primer on the other hull first? It's because on the other hull the fairing compound is still drying.
And that's the first layer. Gonna do another one. The second layer is on. I'm gonna do one more layer just below the waterline, and then the tape can go off.
While I was doing this, Rolf had sanded the keel on the other hull for the last time, so let's continue there.
Just made this side of the hull clean with acetone. Ready for primer. If anyone wonders what type of anti-fouling we use Carboline, which is a hard anti-fouling, and it's pretty hot right now, especially it was in Trinidad. This is what they also put on the drilling platforms, and it's really good. It's really good, and it's about half price as some of the others. So yeah, it's crazy, right? You can barely see there ever was any damage here. One more layer and you can really not see it anymore. It is time to do the anti-fouling. I just put the second layer of anti-fouling on and a third layer around the waterline. Besides, that's of course very good to prevent growth there. Also, it makes it easier because it gets a little wet around where the tape is to take the tape off. Let's take the tape off. It is done. I am so excited to get back in the water. So excited. Already cleaned up in between here. It's a little bit left over there to do. Last bit of anti-fouling with the boats in the lift. Fenders are out. Yeah. Before going in the water, I'll do a quick circle like I did in the beginning to show where the damage was. So that container, because the hurricane winds, smashed into the hulls, creating a hole in the bulkhead, and it actually created a few more holes, and then the wind blew it on top. And then the major damage here is that like almost all the other catamarans, it came off, and the keel broke, and the keel, I mean, that was a bit right, but it was like that, and it pushed up in the hull. So that's going to be the major repair. There was a crack over there. Now on the other side.
No more cracks.
And let's go to the big hole side. Think you remember this part? And then the big hole. and now ready to go back in the water. There we go! I'm so excited to be back in the water. I'm ready to quickly do the last bits of anti-fouling where the stands are.
The last spots where the stands were, we send it back to the anti-osmosis layer and put on new anti-fouling.
There's still a stainless rack in front of the boat. That's an old roof rack. I'm going to use that to make the new soda arch.
Ooh, there she goes.
I am very grateful that I may experience this owning a catamaran still too in my life. Thank you for everything, Rolf. You also have to steer it out because I never done that with a catamaran, but I'll figure it out.
Thanks guys. Thank you very much.
Oh my god! We're in the water! We're in the water! Wow! I don't know what to say. This is very weird. I have sat here, stood here for many months, never been in the water.
We're in the water!
Woohoo! Yahoo! I have a house on the water! A